A monster that can't be killed is terrifying, but a monster that can't be killed being afraid of something else, that tells us there is something out there that is far, far worse. Up until now, the parallel has felt like a universe where humans are actually at the bottom of the food chain, which is very crazy. Stalkers entering people's homes looking for food, tormentors surviving bullets, explosions, and fire, and every new tape seems to introduce another creature that humans have no chance of stopping. But these two new tapes released about the parallel analog horror reveal something far more disturbing. The creatures are afraid of each other. A tormentor, an entity that we were told was practically invincible, was driven to absolute terror after making eye contact with something called anguish. And somehow, anguish is afraid of another creature, which means these monsters aren't just random creatures attacking humanity. There is a hierarchy, an ecosystem where the creatures hunt each other, torture each other, and understand dangers that us as humans haven't even discovered yet. So today we're watching the two newest episodes of The Parallel, and afterwards we're gonna break down what they reveal about anguish, the war happening between the entities, and what might actually be sitting at the top of this world's food chain. So if you enjoy what you see, please be sure to go support the original creator, subscribe to my channel, and like this video. With that being said, let's jump straight in. From where we left off, it's also important to note how these entities interact with each other. The broader answer is pretty clear, that these entities are just as hostile to each other as they are to humanity, with every documented and implied interaction ending fatally for one or both entities every time. That's crazy. So they aren't even like, you know what I'm saying? They're not even working together. They hate each other. Despite stalkers being the larger current threat to humanity, they are overwhelmingly disadvantaged against other entities, particularly tormentors. On numerous occasions, stalkers have either been killed or tortured to death by tormentors. That alone, crazy work, even though it kind of makes sense in the hierarchy of things. Tormentor holding the corpse of a stalker it presumably killed. Yikes, that's crazy. This is no surprise, knowing that tormentors actively kill and torture their own kind to death as well. Yeah, dang. Interestingly, some entities may be immune to the dangers other entities pose, specifically the entities of influence. Okay, so entities of influence are immune. For reasons unknown, both stalkers and tormentors are extremely afraid of entities of influence and will deliberately stay far out of their sight when one is in the area. What? I have a little theory about that after the end of this video I'm gonna talk about. As for the virus entities, there is no documented interaction between it and other entities since viruses seemingly have no physical presence. Virus infecting Chinese television. It's my favorite program if y'all didn't know. Ew, bro. I don't even know what that says. So apparently this reads, there's nothing you can do about it. You will all suffer for the rest of your lives. Welp. Now, I actually do have a video that I've been thinking about dropping, which goes into depth about each of the creatures in the series and, like, you know, which one is more deadly than the other. So if you guys want to see that, let me know. Drop a comment. Let me know, hey, we want to see that. We also have additional information on entities previously unknown, as well as newly discovered entities. Entity number 5, despair callers. I want to say callers. I don't know that word. That's not a common word. Information about this entity is still theorized and unofficial, gathered from very recent cases that share similar descriptions. These entities share a delusional belief that the natural world is a beautiful and perfect place, and that anyone who does not appreciate such things are ungrateful and unappreciative, no matter their personal issues. It's a very delusional belief. I mean, maybe like regular nature, but no, not humanity. As a result, despair callers will strictly target, hunt down, and kill those who are depressed and mentally unwell, since they are commonly unhappy with the lives they live. To summarize, the goal of these entities is to simply kill humanity of those unhappy and filled with despair. Holy, that's crazy. Them and like entities of influence must go hand in hand. Oh my goodness. Look at it. That is terrifying. First off, blood all through this house. Holy, bro, look at that thing. And it's like, it's the goal of these entities is to simply kill humanity of those unhappy and filled with despair. Holy, that's crazy. Them and like entities of influence must go hand in hand. Oh my goodness. Look at it. That is terrifying. First off, blood all through this house. Holy, bro, look at that thing. And it's like, it's just made of like black bones or something. Despair color holding the corpse of a victim with a history of depression. Dang, bro, you're just depressing and boom, entity 6, anguish. These entities are fortunately very rare. As tormentors focus on maximum physical pain, these entities focus on maximum mental pain. Warning for sensitive topics of head. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go, guys. All a victim has to do is look this entity in the eyes and their fate is sealed. Looking into their eyes triggers a sudden aggressive chain of events, all within the victim's mind. Dang, what does that mean? Immediately after eye contact is made, the victim's mind and thoughts will be completely consumed with flashing light, extremely loud and deafening noises, disgusting imagery, and all above. Relentless and rampant self-deprecating and heavily persistent suicidal statements in which we absolutely cannot list. Yikes. This relentless mental torture will persist in the victim's mind without ever stopping, every day, every night, every second, and the dilemma always ends the same way, with the victim ending the ordeal at their own hands. Almost no one has survived an encounter with anguish. Almost no one? So who actually survived it? By humanity standards, this is by far the most evil and morally corrupt of entities. Yeah. Jesus, we're reading entire books here. Their cruel nature is not only preserved for humans though. One anonymous eyewitness has stated in a report that they have seen a tormentor interaction with an anguish entity. They recall seeing the tormentor shrieking and clawing at his own face for hours on end before dying, implying that the tormentor made eye contact with anguish and suffered the same fate as any other victim would. Holy, that means, mind you, tormentors are arguably the most physically strong characters in the series up until this point. And this thing, just by simply looking at it, made it claw at its face and kill itself. That's crazy. Bro, stay away from anguish. Interestingly, these entities are not immune to death. Of all victims, only one person has survived an encounter with entities of anguish, a police officer whom will remain anonymous. He was on patrol duty alone sometime in the middle of the night. He stated that he saw and made eye contact with the entity, his gun already drawn. He saw it, started seeing flashes, and was like, boo, 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 boo. Basically, he immediately experienced the crushing, persistent side effects of making eye contact. The distress made him involuntarily discharge his firearm, emptying the full magazine on the entity, killing it. When the entity died, all of the side effects disappeared from his mind. He stated that when he regained stable senses, the entity's body was gone. Ah, heck no. So how do we know it's dead? It said when the entity died. How do we know it died? We didn't get no body. There is no visual documentation of this entity, as victims with a camera on hand went insane before they were able to take a good photo. That's all the information we have so far. So not only does entities of anguish, you can't take a picture because you go mentally insane. You can't look them in the eye because you will essentially yourself. They're so mentally strong that they can make tormentors themselves. Yikes. That's sick. Meal. Stalkers are stronger and more agile than their bipedal counterparts. They tend to target full-grown adults for their primary food source. This was definitely in that last video that we saw. So just a little bit more, information. Got it? No way. Delicious. Yum, yum. Oh my, that was funny. So after I finished recording this video, the creator LC actually dropped another video titled Anguish. And as you could probably guess, we're finally getting our first look at what Anguish looks like. And after the hype that's been given about this creature, I'm too excited. Yeah, this is extremely short. Extremely short. That was actually us looking from the perspective of if you look at Anguish, because if you guys know, if you look at Anguish, you die. Okay, I know those two videos were short, but I think we received more information in those two videos than we have in the entire series. Because the video titled Additional Information didn't just introduce a new creature, it completely changed the way we should actually look at these entities as a whole. And the video titled Meal basically showed us what all this information looks like if you are the unfortunate person living in this world. The entities are actually not working together. The biggest reveal in Additional Information is that the creatures in the parallel are not a part of one coordinated effort. They don't appear to have a leader, and they don't seem to have the same motivations. Almost every known interaction they have with themselves just seems to end in death. And this creates a food chain. At the bottom of the food chain, you have humans, and then you have stalkers, which is kind of crazy because stalkers are actually considered the largest of the threats to humanity, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are the strongest in the universe. It actually just means that they're the most common. A stalker can follow you for hours, enter your home, run up to 80 miles per hour, and eventually eat you. For a normal human being living their day-to-day life, that's already a nightmare. But against the other entities in the world, they're just cannon fodder. Based on the latest videos, the tormentors are actually documented torturing and killing stalkers. And honestly, that makes a lot of sense. We already know that tormentors are bigger, faster, and practically impossible to damage or kill. But the fact that it tortures stalkers is very, very important to the overarching story that this series is trying to tell. Tormentors don't just see humans as their playthings and food. It sees almost all living creatures equally. So no, they're not a community, they're not working together, they're not buddies, they don't go sit by a campfire and hang out. They're basically walking disasters that can't even tolerate their own kind. But somehow they're not even at the top of this hierarchy, because one of the most shocking things to me that was revealed is that both stalkers and tormentors are actually terrified of entities of influence. They actively avoid them at all costs if one is in the area. And entities of anguish are also terrified of entities of influence as well. So that honestly makes entities of influence the most powerful in the entire series. Not only can they make anything in the area extremely hostile and aggressive, but everything is also afraid of them at the same time. It feeds on not only the pain of humans, but also the pain of other entities. Side note, we also got a little bit of an update on the virus. Like, we already know the virus can infect televisions, computers, phones, but we did see that it appeared on a Chinese broadcast, which means that they're not actually limited to just one household or one country. They're actually capable of taking over entire news networks. So yeah, I mean, there's not really much you can do to an entity that could take over an entire network, except for maybe destroy the electronics, which I think makes them one of the weaker creatures in the entire series. But if you guys recall back in the video titled Beautiful, we saw a creature kind of give a long-winded speech about how the world is beautiful as we see a very bloody scene behind them, and now those are actually identified as despair callers. We know that they are entities that have a very delusional belief that the world is perfect and does not need any changing, and if you live in this world and do not see it the way that they do, you deserve to be killed, essentially. So they specifically target and hunt people who are going through some sort of mental problems or depression, and they essentially kill them. They cull the world. So if you fit the criteria of a despair caller, it essentially comes to you and kills you. And we don't really know the full extent of their strength and how they fit into this hierarchy, but we do know that they are extremely strong, considering they cause extremely massacre style murder scenes. But I genuinely think the newest entity introduced in this series might be by far the most terrifying creature introduced, the entities of anguish. While you have tormentors who try to cause the maximum amount of physical pain, entities of anguish are essentially their mental counterparts. They cause so much mental pain that people and entities essentially just kill themselves simply by looking at them. This creature doesn't have to chase you, it doesn't have to stalk you, and it doesn't really have to torture you. You do that to yourself by getting one glance at it. I'll be honest, that's terrifying. And that actually, in my opinion, puts it at the top of the food chain. Because I mean, we know tormentors previously have been viewed as the top of the food chain. They're essentially indestructible and they kill anything walking. Hot top of the food chain, right? Until we saw an entity of anguish simply glance at one and it clawed its face off and killed itself. Now quickly, I want to talk about the last video we watched, which is titled Meal. Now in terms of lore, we don't really get a lot from this video. However, we actually do get a visual of what it's like to see a stalker hunt its prey. We initially see a stalker climbing over what appears to be a fence or a wall, and then we transition to the POV of a side of a house where we hear glass breaking, people screaming inside, the stalker coming out of the house and then saying delicious, implying that he ate whoever was inside. Now this kind of confirms a couple things. They are much more agile than you may have guessed, considering their size and their overall stature. Things such as walls and fences do not protect you. Also, we learned that they are very capable of identifying their prey no matter whether you're inside or outside of your home. And we did get to confirm that although they prefer eating children, they are more than fine eating full-grown adults, as I believe those screams were more adult-like than childlike. And I think the most terrifying part of that video is that this was someone's front yard. This wasn't like, you know, you're at a library or you're in a back alleyway. No, this was your own home, the place that you're supposed to feel the most safe. And as you can see, that didn't help. So what do these episodes actually give us in terms of story? Well, we know that the Parallels universe is actually much deeper and more complex than we've seen, and it also means that these aren't just creatures hunting humanity to extinction for their own benefit. There's a hierarchy in an ecosystem of top of the food chain and bottom of the food chain, essentially like our own universe. And just because something is on this part of the food chain doesn't mean it will not eat and kill something that is also on that part of the food chain. Tormentors killing stalkers, tormentors killing other tormentors, stalkers killing stalkers, and so on and so forth. They aren't united and they are essentially competing with each other. Entities of influence and anguish. They are just simply at the top, but they are not invincible. So if you want me to keep following this series, be sure to like this video and subscribe to my channel. Tormentor holding the corpse of a stalker. It presumably killed. Yikes. Influence, okay, dangers, and will deliberately stay. All suffer for the rest of your lives. Unappreciative, no matter their personal issues. These are influence must go hand in hand. They live. To summarize, the goal of these entities is to simply kill humanity of those unhappy and filled with despair. Bones or something. Despair caller holding the corpse of a victim with a history of depression. Dang. And their fate is sealed. Looking into their eyes triggers a sudden aggressive chain of events, all within the victim's mind. Dang, what does that mean? Immediately after eye contact is made, the victim's mind and thoughts will be completely consumed with flashing light, extremely loud and deafening noises, disgusting imagery, and all above. relentless and rampant self-deprecating and heavily persistent suicidal statements in which we absolutely cannot list. Yikes. This relentless mental torture will persist in the victim's mind without ever stopping, every day, every night, every second, and the dilemma always ends the same way, with the victim ending the ordeal at their own hands. Almost no one has survived an encounter with anguish. Almost no one? So who actually survived it? By humanity standards, this is by far the most evil and morally corrupt of entities. Yeah. Jesus, we're reading entire books here. Their cruel nature is not only preserved for humans though. One anonymous eyewitness has stated in a report that they have seen a tormentor interaction with an anguish entity. They recall seeing the tormentor shrieking and clawing at his own face for hours on end before dying, implying that the tormentor made eye contact with anguish and suffered the same fate like as any other victim would. Holy, that means that the tormentor made eye contact with anguish and suffered the same fate as any other victim would. Holy, that means, mind you, tormentors are arguably the most physically strong characters in the series up until this point. And this thing, just by simply looking at it, made it claw at its face and kill itself. That's crazy. Bro, stay away from anguish. Interestingly, these entities are not immune to death. Of all victims, only one person has survived an encounter with entities of anguish, a police officer whom will remain anonymous. He was on patrol duty alone sometime in the middle of the night. He stated that he saw and made eye contact with the entity, his gun already drawn. He saw it, started seeing flashes, and was like, boo, 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 boo. Basically, he immediately experienced the crushing, persistent side effects of making eye contact. The distress made him involuntarily discharge his firearm, emptying the full magazine on the entity, killing it. When the entity died, all of the side effects disappeared from his mind. He stated that when he regained stable senses, the entity's body was gone. Aw, heck no. So how do we know it's dead? It said when the entity died. How do we know it died? We didn't get no body. There is no visual documentation of this entity, as victims with a camera on hand went insane before they were able to take a good photo. That's all the information we have so far. So not only does entities of anguish, you can't take a picture because you go mentally insane. You can't look them in the eye because you will essentially yourself. They're so mentally strong that they can make tormentors themselves. Yikes. That's sick. Meal. Okay. That's a hand. Oh my god. Can I help you? Whoa! We got some text. Since quad stalkers are stronger and more agile than their bipedal counterparts, they tend to target full-grown adults for their primary food source. This was definitely in that last video that we saw. So just a little bit more, information. Got it. Oh my god, brother, you're gonna have to back up. A fantastic meal awaits. No way he's talking about us, right? Oh my god. Oh! Oh my god, bro, that's so creepy. Delicious? Bro. No way. Delicious. Yum yum. Oh my, that was funny. So after I finished recording this video, the creator LC actually dropped another video titled Anguish. And as you could probably guess, we're finally getting our first look at what anguish looks like. And after the hype that's been given about this creature, I'm too excited. Yeah, this is extremely short. Ugh. Oh my. Oh my god, why is his head split open? He looked at me, the poor thing. No way. As you can see, extremely short and L
Humanity is exceptionally lucky it exists at this point in time in the Earth's history. Currently, the human race as a species is at the top of the metaphorical and literal food chain. We have impacted the world in a way that no other animal ever has. It then goes on to describe some of the animals which have been noted as more dangerous to encounter. These include the Mosasaurus, the Dunkleosteus, and the Megalodon. Something of note is that these animals are not from the same periods or eras of the world. The Dunkleosteus was one of the first vertebrate apex predators from hundreds of millions of years ago, while the Megalodon only came to be 20 to 23 million years ago, approximately. The broadcast then goes on to describe the activity and locations each of these dangerous animals have been spotted in. At the time of this broadcast, a few human lives have been lost due to the presence of these animals. But another problem that I didn't even consider is that these animals are interfering with the modern day ecosystem. Megalodons are eating damn near everything in the ocean, they're huge, and unfortunately the fish in our modern day ocean simply aren't enough to satiate it. The broadcast says if they are not dealt with, the ocean will soon be barren, and our food security and economy will be significantly weakened. Authorities are trying to put a cap on the situation, but that is clearly going to be a challenge. The broadcast ends by saying,
"For now, the ocean is no longer in our control."
Another broadcast goes up sometime later giving out the terrifying news that the resurgence of prehistoric creatures was not limited to the ocean. Just like the sinkhole we spotted in the ocean, the land has also had its fair share. In this episode, we are given a name to the news station, titled Azun News. Now, this episode is very similar to the previous one. It shows animals that were once extinct and tells us their behavior, but this time something curious has happened. Up until this point, it looked like only predator animals were re-emerging, but alas, the first herbivore has been spotted, the woolly mammoth. They've been shown to not be aggressive to humans unless provoked, but of course, the first thing humans did whenever they saw a rather docile animal is follow in the footsteps of their ancestors and mass hunt the fucking mammoths. It's here that we're shown that this emergence has been happening for quite some time, enough to where we can see just how people are responding to this. The tusks of mammoths are being sold for high prices, the Toronto Zoo prides itself in being the first one to have a woolly mammoth, and the Megalodon issue is slowly being solved by the emergence of the Leviathan. It's a big ol' whale. This seems to be one of the few things in this emergence this far that can go toe-to-toe with a Megalodon. So long as they keep battling, the ocean ecosystem should be a bit more stable. Then there is a rare instance where an American news broadcast actually covers shit happening in other countries. For example, Colombia and India are experiencing the re-emergence of giant prehistoric snakes. Of the snakes, the one that the news broadcast seems to point out is the Vasuki indicus. In real life, a somewhat recently discovered prehistoric snake that not only is one of the biggest fossilized snakes ever found, but it is also named after the serpent that is wrapped around the neck of the Hindu god Shiva. That snake is also referred to as the King of the Serpents. I can't see a better fitting name for this giant prehistoric snake. Due to how hectic things have become, an organization titled the Global Prehistoric Affairs Commission, also known as GPAC, is created in hopes of having better control over the situation. But that is easier said than done. Not knowing what else to really do, a bunch of governments start discussing plans of bombing the formations so they could stop more animals from coming through. But something tells me we don't have enough bombs. And eggs under the foundation, which isn't good, and Montana possibly getting the worst news.
Mass panic has spread across the entire state as a dangerous creature that we all hoped would stay extinct has reemerged. This creature is known as the Tyrann.
It cuts off before he can finish. finish his sentence, but he was definitely going to say that the Tyrannosaurus Rex has re-emerged. Yeah, maybe we should have tried exploding the formations before these fuckers came through. GPAC revealed the plan to blow up the openings, but it was abandoned after horrifyingly realizing that more holes were opening faster than they could deal with it. Instead, GPAC has decided to, and I quote, adapt to the emergence, offering assistance to relocate any citizens within 1 mile of the formations. How thoughtful. Suddenly, Texas is now getting a similar rude awakening. Texas is experiencing the reemergence of the Quetzalcoatlus northropy, and this is what those things look like. They begin listing off traits about this pterosaur, how to defend yourself against it, what they target, how they attack, and unfortunately, what they've already done. Namely, how in Frisco, Texas, a 12-year-old kid named Isaac Ramson was snatched up by one of the Quetzalcoatlus, never to be seen again. The tension on land is getting just as bad as the ocean. In other news, the Toronto Zoo's woolly mammoth named Oompy caught what they said was tuberculosis and passed away. A prehistoric animal died from a modern disease? So now, the main attraction at the zoo is the mammoth's son, Oompy Jr. It doesn't seem that important now, but it comes back up. Meanwhile, back in Australia, the megalanias have begun to hatch, and have gotten so out of hand that GPAC placed a bounty on them. However, the news station disavows this, due to the return of the Thylacoleo. This lion-like animal is speculated to have the strongest bite, pound for pound, of any mammal that has ever lived. So yeah, a bit of hunting complications, the bounties not being fulfilled, and the rise of this. Needless to say, the environment of Australia is suffering. The station then goes on to show that the Brachiosaurus has come back, attracting visitors from all around the world. That line alone not only tells you how some people are reacting to the prehistoric emergence, but also how stupid humans are. The Brachiosaurus obviously being such a big animal that is a herbivore, there are concerns that trees on our modern day planet are not enough for their appetite. GPAC doesn't seem to care about that too much, mainly because Montana is in a dire need of assistance. Billings, Montana has experienced a massacre. 313 casualties have taken place as 19 T-Rexes all strangely simultaneously attacked in Montana. Whenever GPAC arrived on site, the T-Rexes, as stated by Asia News, vanished. GPAC somehow wasn't able to track where these giant dinosaurs had marched off to. The news broadcast states nothing on land can oppose the T-Rex, and as it stands, it's at the top of the food chain right now. Suddenly, the broadcast is interrupted by multiple times during the broadcast, there will be these little glitches that show these quotes on screen that are very ominous. For example, during the coverage of the massacre in Montana, text shows up that reads, "The tyrant punishes us." Earlier in the episode, where it showed that diagram of a hunter getting taken out by 2 Thylacoleo, a small bit of text reads, "Lions of Judgment." This quote being something religious. This is actually something from an Old Testament of the Bible. There's this story in 2 Kings where God sent lions among the new settlers in Samaria because they did not fear him. Could that be what this prehistoric emergence is? Humans getting too greedy and not fearing a higher power? The feed cuts back in and tells the viewer the Quetzalcoatlus and the T-Rexes have begun to migrate to other states. Naturally, the sales of firearms shoot sky high, but so does their price. Some citizens even decide to take matters into their own hands to take down some of these prehistoric animals. But it's been reported that T-Rexes can survive headshots. Due to the T-Rex having a relatively small brain and big skull, it has shown resilience to head trauma. Then suddenly, the news station shows us a mysterious, but it's been reported that T-Rexes can survive headshots. Due to the T-Rex having a relatively small brain and big skull, it has shown resilience to head trauma. Then suddenly, the news station shows us a mysteriously unique T-Rex. Not like any of the others spotted, the news station shows us a skull, it has shown resilience to head trauma. Then suddenly, the news station shows us a mysteriously unique T-Rex, not like any of the others spotted thus far, having this black fur that runs from the back of its head all the way down its spine. Not knowing what to call this unique T-Rex, people have given it the horrifying nickname of the Daba. The name matches that of a creature mentioned in the religious text, the Quran. The Daba, also referred to as the beast of the earth, is a creature that is said to appear during the day of judgment. Azun News leaves us with one final distressing report.
It has now been confirmed. The first apex predator has been spotted.
Azun News broadcast begins once more. The first thing they note, though, is that they have noticed the interferences on their broadcasts, going out of their way to mention the bizarre statue that cut off their previous broadcast. They write it off as a cyber attack, but something feels off about it. In other news, GPAC has gained the assistance of global militaries. After this announcement, we get to see the apex predators that the previous episode warned us about. And oh boy, is this one dangerous. I'm just fucking with you, it's the Anomalocaris. So when the previous announcement said that the first apex predator has been spotted, they meant it in a very literal sense. The Anomalocaris is believed to be one of the first apex predators. Now these things would be terrifying if you were about the size of a shrimp. They mainly eat soft-bodied prey, and could not possibly crush human bones, and I'm inclined to believe they wouldn't even try. Just look at them. Now at the time that they existed, yeah, they were apex predators of their own ecosystem, but considering that it seems like every prehistoric animal is coming back, I think this guy might just lose his title. The broadcast says this is one of the few creatures to have a positive impact on the environment of the ocean. Apparently, the Anomalocaris does eat shipworms, which are known for fucking up a lot of wooden structures in the ocean. The Anomalocaris has been keeping these worms in check. Another animal that has come back that the station claims is also pretty helpful to the environment is the Camarasaurus, which is the closest an animal has gotten to being a real-life kraken. The Camarasaurus has kept the invasive green crab at bay ever since its emergence. While this animal is being introduced, once again the station experiences a glitch.
Humans have threatened.
A message in red text reads, "The Shellbearer Rising, the first sign of the true Leviathan's emergence." I hope that doesn't mean what I think it does. Then the broadcast shows another case of humans being a little bit too cocky. Similar to the woolly mammoth, humans began mass hunting the Anomalocaris and the Camarasaurus, so much to where it has actually become something in high demand for seafood restaurants.
Many fishermen have expressed interest in capturing these creatures. This could be an issue for we have soon.
Although many fishermen have begun to partake in this mass hunting, GPAC has yet to interfere. At this point in the series, you can start piecing together a few things, such as GPAC doesn't seem to care about the prehistoric animals that are more docile, instead choosing to go after the ones that are an immediate threat to human lives. Alongside that, it is getting a bit more clear that something more is at play here. With all the references and shit like that, it's about as subtle as a punch to the face. If these things are not cyber attacks on the station, it could imply that something supernatural is at play. Are elite forces designed to handle prehistoric threats, maybe you should give them more than just a handgun. The news station then begins to read off statements from GPAC. Now, one of these Aza News goes on the air again and tells us what we could already kind of assume from the opening, which is that GPAC is forming specialized response units. The man in the opening named Eden 1 searching for someone else named Eden 3 were most definitely a part of these specialized units. Although I will say, if these are elite forces designed to handle prehistoric threats, maybe you should give them more than just a handgun. The news station then begins to read off statements from GPAC. Now, one of these quotes in particular caught my eye.
Due to their limited numbers, priority will be given to urban areas and regions with priority citizens.
Regions with priority citizens. Yeah, I wonder what the hell that means. In other news, there is this odd thing going on with a certain T-Rex in Laurel, Montana. It's been noted that it has not attacked any citizens, instead it just watches people. It turns out this is the same T-Rex we saw at the end of Season 1, Episode 3. This episode being titled Beast of the Earth makes me think we're going to learn a bit more about this guy. Now, although this dinosaur has not attacked any civilians, whenever GPAC did send squads to take it down, 2 perished in the process, referring to Eden 1 and Eden 3. According to GPAC, they were able to neutralize the Daba. The scrolling text on the bottom says the dinosaur looked like it began to evolve over time. GPAC has been quite busy over these past few episodes. Whenever the Quetzalcoatlus migrated west, it is stated by GPAC that they were able to take down damn near 20,000 of them, with minimal losses. However, the broadcast speaker for Aza News sounds a bit skeptical. He notes that in the first week of that initiative, 987 soldiers lost their lives. Combine that with the economic inflation due to how much firepower is being used on the Azdarkadai, and it is clear GPAC is downplaying how many minimal losses actually occurred. And worst of all, the population of these things is surging, almost like there was never even an attempt to bring them down. Experts calculate that before this war against the Quetzalcoatlus ends, it would cost over $1 trillion US. And mind you, these aren't the only things that came back. Oh, and listen to this.
GPAC has introduced tariff exemptions for wealthy individuals and corporations that make significant financial contributions.
Then right after that line, that same statue of Quetzalcoatl slowly fades in at the top left corner. GPAC has told the public that cities like Washington, D.C., Buffalo, New York, and power is being used on the Azdarkadai, and it is clear GPAC is downplaying how many minimal losses actually occurred. And worst of all, the population of these things is surging, almost like there was never even an attempt to bring them down. Experts calculate that before this war against the Quetzalcoatlus ends, it would cost over $1 trillion US. And mind you, these aren't the only things that came back. Oh, and listen to this.
GPAC has introduced tariff exemptions for wealthy individuals and corporations that make significant financial contributions.
Then right after that line, that same statue of Quetzalcoatl slowly fades in at the top left corner. GPAC has told the public that cities like Washington, D.C., Buffalo, New York, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania are free from the Quetzalcoatlus. But there have been eyewitness reports of them either still being there or a different kind of pterosaur, or Azdarkadai for that matter, being in these states. Just then, we are also given, for the first time in this series, a on-the-ground live field report.
That's right. I'm standing here in sunny Buffalo, New York, and as of yet, no news on the elusive Pterosaurus. I've spoken to many locals and still have no reports to substantiate that they've migrated this far north. I'll update you as I get more information. Back to you. Leave the camera. Go, go, go!
We're then shown that the entire east coast of the United States is now experiencing a mass migration of Azdarkadai. But it seems that the ones that are prevalent are more resilient than the Quetzalcoatlus. Even more strange is that a large sum of them are migrating from places you would not expect, such as Romania. Going from Romania to the East Coast, what the fuck is he doing? There doesn't seem to be a reason as to why they're doing this, but regardless, it is a problem that GPAC might not be able to find an answer to. The broadcast then brings our attention back to the Toronto Zoo, telling us that apparently one of the zoo's staff members intentionally released the baby woolly mammoth, claiming that they were saving him. In wake of this, it is also revealed that the zoo was covering up a few things. Namely, their initial woolly mammoth did not die of tuberculosis. Instead, it is thought to be an unknown illness that took down the woolly mammoth. So, the zoo's shareholders covered up this fact to not lose sales or spread panic. But what they didn't expect is that this sickness would spread to many of the zookeepers, hospitalizing many of them. So there is a speculation to believe there is a zoonotic, prehistoric illness spreading around. I didn't even think of that as a concept for this series until now. Sicknesses we don't have treatments for because they did not exist when we existed. It's fucking terrifying. But some more terrifying news arises, such as France having an invasion of the Meganeura. In a brutal case of irony, these things massacre creatures meant to keep, well, insects in line. Due to their influx, tourism in France hits the floor, and France is en route to an economic crisis. Interestingly enough, GPAC makes a public announcement about this, stating that they're sending units with an experimental pesticide to eliminate insects of this caliber, ending with saying, rest assured that this crisis will soon be contained. The thing about this pesticide is that not only are its ingredients not publicly labeled, there's been no official report of it being a tested pesticide. It could actually be more dangerous to humans than it is to the bugs, but only time will tell. In other news, in Brazil, an odd tragedy has taken place. A 25-year-old woman named Camila Nascimento was found dead with wounds that paint a horrifying implication.
Lola! Lola! Do you want some treats?
there is a speculation this crisis will soon be contained. The thing about this pesticide is that not only are its ingredients not publicly labeled, there's been no official report of it being a tested pesticide. It could actually be more dangerous to humans than it is to the bugs, but only time will tell. In other news, in Brazil, an odd tragedy has taken place. A 25-year-old woman named Camila Nascimento was found dead with wounds that paint a horrifying implication. The saber-toothed cats have re-emerged. Their emergence in Brazil is similar to that of all the previous ones, holes forming in the earth, but the difference here is that deep holes are forming in densely populated areas, in giant cities and small towns alike. The problem here is that GPAC prioritizes larger cities for protection, so areas that are more rural or lesser populated will not be protected by GPAC. So, when the people cannot rely on their protectors, they have to take matters into their own hands. But how? The gun market is shown to be through the roof, and the overall amount of weapons available to sell is extremely low. With no other options left, civilians are finding their only chance of defense is trusting the black market. Vulnerable and poor citizens are now relying on the cartel for protection instead of GPAC, thus empowering these organizations to grow stronger. Remember earlier how I said that GPAC would help people relocate if they were within 1 mile of the formations? Well, they stopped doing that, seemingly for budgetary reasons. An estimated 12,600 holes have formed all across the Earth. So I guess those close to the formations just gotta, I don't know, they probably might want to jump in at that point. With this barrage of horrible news finally coming to a pause, Asia News says their goodbyes for now.
Stay prepared, and above all, stay safe.
This is Dr. Adrian Holloway, log entry 003. I asked why we were researching prehistoric creatures. They just told me not to ask. Earlier today, GPAC relocated my team to a U.S. military facility, one I will refer to as Paradise Ranch. We've been informed that live specimens including Quetzalcoatlus, Smilodon, and others are currently being held here. However, our team has been assigned to an entirely different subject. The creature on the news. The one the public is calling the, Daba, is currently being transported to this very facility. Our containment protocols are ready, but there is ongoing debate over its dietary requirements. This dinosaur we're researching, it's a scientific marvel, a true wonder of the world. I'm honestly not sure what to expect, but I somehow know my team and I won't be disappointed.
On day 1 of keeping this creature in the facility, Holloway says the creature is immensely fascinating. Unlike the other T-Rexes, this one has superior fleshy pads on its feet, similar to that of a cat, that are able to mask the sounds of its footsteps despite its gargantuan size. This being the reason why the soldier in the opening didn't notice it sneaking up on him until it was practically breathing on him. Its weight is 16,734 pounds, and it stands at 12.5 feet at the hip. They want to start running tests and experiments on it, but Holloway seems a bit empathetic to the creature, suggesting that they should wait until it gets adjusted to its new location to reduce its stress. 8 days later, Holloway now seems a bit perplexed. You can almost hear it in his voice that his palm is resting on his head. After running a few tests, the creature's age is somehow that of a juvenile, but it's the size of a full-grown T-Rex, meaning there's room for more growth. Yet strangely, nobody on the team has ever caught it sleeping at all, and sleep is very important for an animal's growth, yet this one has been awake for more than a week. According to Holloway, in order for this animal to be sedated and brought to this facility, it took 7.6 milligrams of carfentanil, a drug so potent that if a human took a microscopic amount of it, boom, that's it. And this fucker took damn near 8 milligrams of that. For what? A little nap? Holloway then goes on to describe the oddities with their electronics, saying things like monitors, lights, and even security cameras are being interfered with, almost like an outside force is doing it. As he starts mentioning this, the Daba, almost as if it can hear him, stares into the surveillance camera.
Can it? Is it? Looking at me?
attack seems much weaker than initially thought, and this episode subtly confirms the Daba has the ability to interfere with technology in some form, hence why that G-Pack soldier in the opening lost
The dark.
message A. But not only confirms the Daba has the ability to interfere with technology in some form, hence why that G-Pack soldier in the opening lost radio connection once he was close to it, and why Holloway explained all of the weird things happening around the facility. The one thing that is becoming more and more certain is that all of this, the emergence of these prehistoric animals, the glitches, the imagery, the so-called coincidences, are in no way something that is natural. In the description of this episode, a backwards text reads, "Us beyond those from message A." But not only was the sentence itself backwards, but so was the order of the words. It should actually read, "A message from those beyond us." Beneath that is a link to an unlisted YouTube video.
From the dawn of your trembling ascent, when you first clawed fire from the dark, we laid the beasts before you. Creatures of ancient flesh hidden in the earth's folds. We let them walk amongst you. Let them remind you of your smallness. We watched. And how did you greet them? With awe? With reverence? No. With stone and spear. You hunted them, carved them apart, wore their hides like stolen power. You did not kneel in deference to what had come before you. No, you slaughtered what we set upon your land. You were not meant to conquer the wild. You were meant to live within it. But instead, you grew into the sickness of dominion. The species that believes survival is its right and not its trial. But you are not without hope. There is one among you now, a witness. It has come from the abyss to which all things must return. A child, new and unstained, a vessel of pure sight. It will walk among you, see you as you are, not as you pretend to be. It will taste your kindness and your cruelty, weigh your greed against your mercy. It will see the hands that build and the hands that destroy. And when its time is done, it will return to us. It will tell us what it has seen. And we will decide.
I opened this video pretty much saying that humans are the strongest animal on Earth, but really, naturally, we were never meant to conquer. This video shows us that not only is the emergence something purely supernatural, but it is also viewed by whomever did it as something like a test for humanity. When I first saw this video, I noticed immediately that the speaker kept referring to itself as us and we. Furthermore, throughout the video, we see Quetzalcoatl's image on screen once again, but this time we're also shown the pictures of the Hindu god Shiva and the Egyptian god Sobek. We heard Shiva get referenced back in episode 2 of season 1 regarding the Vasuki Indicus, but this time it feels way more explicit. For those wondering, Shiva is typically referred to as the god of destruction, not viewed as a malicious action, but rather seen as something necessary, having a clean slate rid of all negative influences so newer and more positive things can be born. The line in the video video that says, "It will see the hands that will build and destroy," seems like a direct reference to Shiva. While Sobek being shown here is his first sighting ever in the series, Sobek is a protective deity, the bringer of life, the protector of the innocent, the god of the Nile River, also known to be a bit unpredictable in an almost chaotic manner driven by instinct. Based on my research, I've been able to conclude that these three gods at the very least have two things in common with each other. First thing I notice is that each god has some sort of reptile imagery, Quetzalcoatl being a feathered serpent, Shiva having a serpent around his neck, and Sobek having the head of a crocodile. The second thing I've noticed is that these three gods value life. They are all seen as positive and or protective deities, and the video is implying that despite that, they are still furious with humanity, but they're still giving humanity a second chance. In the video, the voice says they've sent a witness from the abyss, a child. This is very obviously in reference to the dinosaur referred to as the Daba, not only because it is still a juvenile, which is why it's referred to as a child, but also whenever it was spotted in Laurel, Montana, it was only seen watching other people. Something of note is that this thing's actual name is never clarified to be the Daba, so its real name is unknown in relation to these gods, but what we do know is what its purpose is: to be a messenger to these gods of how humanity is treating both it and the emergents. And since it's a juvenile, there is zero previous bias to humanity, and even then, it's not looking good for humans. Think about it. In this series, the first docile animal to re-emerge, the mammoth, was mass hunted for monetary gain. The Anomalocaris and the Camarasaurus were both mass hunted so much to the point they became something in high demand, and it's all because of personal gain. When an unknown virus took out a prehistoric animal and spread to humans, shareholders chose not to tell the public the truth so they could keep getting money. So right now it's looking pretty bad. At the end of the video, it mentions that when the messenger's time is done, it will return to them and they will decide, implying that even though it is in a facility in a cage, it does have the capability to return to the gods or even break out. And once it does, the gods will most likely decide if humanity deserves a second chance based on what the Daba has seen from us. As of right now, in this story, in this series, the Earth is heading straight towards an unavoidable judgment. Now, there is one discrepancy about this video that's kind of been gnawing at me a little bit, and it's the fact that it was posted on April Fool's Day. Granted, it was never clarified that this was an April Fool's joke, so it can't be. That's the rule. This episode opens by directly telling us that in Calgary, Alberta, there have been no emergencies reported. Even with all the crazy shit going on, some people out there are living life as normal. Good example is the man that we're following in this video is a guy named Jason, who is getting ready to go and party with the boys, but his plans are interrupted when he gets a phone call from his mom. Ben, who I assume is Jason's brother, has been missing for 4 hours and has not responded to anybody contacting him. His mom tells him Ben was last seen at Glen Park, a place that Jason says is half an hour away from where he is at, so it would put quite a dent in his plans to hang out with his buddies. But his mom is adamant that he goes over to check on Ben to see where he is and if he is okay. Despite the lack of a prehistoric emergence in their location, anything could have happened to Ben. I mean, hell, he could have gotten robbed and then beaten up for all we know. Jason then hangs up the phone and goes to call Ben one time to make sure for certain that he has to go and travel half an hour away to check on him.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic...
Damn it, Ben! You better be dead or dying.
momentarily enough to stand back up and hobble over to a rock. Bleeding profusely, he lifts his head back up and spots a whole pack of dire wolves. It's the things from Game of Thrones. Okay, well, they're not from Game of Thrones, but they're in Game of Thrones. And just like that, the video ends. This is becoming a common occurrence. It's another instance of a prehistoric animal that nobody knew came back, but right whenever someone did find out, it was too late for them. It seems that Calgary, Alberta does have some emergencies, it's just nobody lived long enough to report them. The character we follow in this video is a YouTuber, a woman who goes by the online alias Dino Chaser. Think of something like a storm chaser, just somehow more fucking stupid. She likes getting up and close to cases of the prehistoric emergence. Dino Chaser gets word that a dinosaur referred to as the Behemoth has been spotted in Argentina, although the only real evidence of it existing are broken trees and footprints. Dino Chaser wants to be the first person to ever photograph the Behemoth, so she booked a flight to Chaco province, where most reports of the Behemoth originated from. The video then cuts to her being there. She discusses the future of her channel, suggesting her next video to be about prehistoric animals in the ocean. She then tells the viewer that she has ordered scuba gear and will be making a video regarding these underwater animals, implying she doesn't even know how to scuba dive, and she wants to learn now that these things are in the ocean. It's evident that Dino Chaser is very ambitious. At this point of the
I'm chasing herbivore.
Next to the dinosaur. Any closer and she'll be holding its fucking hand. To give her credit, this is a phenomenal photo opportunity. However, she got too close. Although she was correct in her assumption, the Argentinosaurus is a herbivore, unfortunately for Dino Chaser, she had the flawed mentality of thinking that just because an animal is a herbivore, that it would be docile and friendly. Now, it might seem a bit biased for a flower to say that herbivores can be dangerous, but listen, elephants and hippos are statistically some of the most dangerous land mammals to humans. And those are modern-day herbivores. I couldn't imagine how devastating prehistoric herbivores were. Well, I mean, I guess I can imagine. The description gives us a bit more insight into who Dino Chaser was. The description of this video reads, "Welcome to the channel. I'm Dino Chaser. I scour the earth for beasts time itself forgot. You might have caught the clip where I smuggled Titan boa eggs out of the Amazon. Yeah, you were out of your fucking mind. Or the video of a megalania lunging at me, which made 10 million jaws drop online. But none of that compares to what's about to happen. Join me as I embark on my most ambitious expedition yet." Just as much as Dino Chaser was chasing prehistoric animals, she was also chasing the views. And she knew high stakes are what people liked to see. 10 million views, that's pretty hard to come by. So, she pushed her luck in order to hit big again, and she unfortunately paid the price for being too risky. The final episode of Season 2 opens in a very distinct way. It shows a man filming as he reviews what he calls his latest prehistoric delicacy, Camarasaurus calamari. It's very obvious that he's filming some sort of commercial, as he explains the nutritional value of them and then says,
"It is worth noting that this has been deeply frozen to eliminate bacteria, making it safe to eat."
"Oh, well, ain't that swell? Surely there's no prehistoric bacteria that resists cold or something." "Well, I sure as hell hope he is able to clean them, because they are worth $60 each." He then says,
"Now, if you guys show this video some love and it gets 50 likes, I'll be showcasing something even more exotic. Anomalocaris tempura."
Recognized from front door opening.
He suddenly gets an alert from his Alexa home device that his front door is open. The man does not live alone. He has a spouse named Jess and his kid, Leo, but there were still some things that were odd about it. Namely, it's really late at night and I'd assume that everyone else besides him is in bed. He gets up from his seat and tells Alexa to turn off the music as he goes to investigate. He makes his way to the entrance of his house and yeah, the front door is definitely open. He calls out for Jess before going over and closing the door. Right after he does this, he hears a noise from upstairs.
Leo!
to a man whose face we can't see, driving down a neighborhood. A voice, which is only referred to as High Command, speaks on a radio and addresses the man driving as Private Gray. High Command gives out the details that many people in the Shadow Valley neighborhood in Weber County have gone missing. The reason they're sending specialized GPAC soldiers for missing persons reports is one of two reasons. The first reason is that one of the remains of a missing person were found and the dental marks on the body did not match anything in their current records. The second reason is because a senator's granddaughter, Miss Hills, lives in the neighborhood, and according to High Command, that senator backs legislation that benefits GPAC, so they have to look out for him and his family, I guess. The granddaughter has already been evacuated so Private Gray is riding up to the granddaughter's residence, meeting up with a field tech named Patch. They are both tasked with taking down whatever is making people go missing.
Private Gray, right?
His High Command briefed you.
Basic rundown.
It's just good to find
laptop and exchange a few words, enough to reveal the crux of each other's character. Patch seems like a very cocky guy who kinda shit talks, poking fun at Private Gray for only being a private, which is ironic because Patch is a field tech, while Private Gray is more stone cold and serious, saying he trains beyond what most other soldiers in GPAC do, taking time to learn about the anatomy and behavior of the prehistoric animals they're eliminating. Yet it seems he still isn't able to exactly identify what is making people go missing. Regarding the autopsy, it says this animal was able to break into a locked up home, something nothing else has been reported doing. Well, Sabretooth didn't break into a home, and she left the fucking door open. Before the sun sets and it gets really dangerous, Patch and Gray head out to search for anything that could point them in the direction of identifying this thing. Patch and Gray continue to talk. It seems Patch actually wants to become something more than a field tech guy, constantly asking Private Gray if his other ops were just looking around for something with little to no action. Gray then gets real serious and tells Patch about a situation he was in, where he and a team were sent to eliminate a Quetzalcoatlus perched on a high school, this high school being named Palmer Ridge. Despite the school being on lockdown, one kid named Aiden Lewis was skipping class and got caught out in the open. The Quetzalcoatlus noticed the kid hiding and flew after him. GPAC soldiers were ordered to not fire, but one of the soldiers did not listen. They were able to take down the Quetzalcoatlus, but a stray bullet hit the student and he died not 2 minutes later. GPAC has since been in a legal battle over it. Gray finishes off the story by saying something ominous as hell.
We're not here to protect the people. We're here to impress the senator.
Patch then lowers his tone and stops trying to pry at Gray. Bringing the attention back to the search, they do end up finding a bloody handprint on a tree, which Private Gray touches with his bare fucking hands before Gray pulls out his weapon and tells Patch to keep his guard up. "38 minutes go by, and they told High Command they were not able to find it. High Command responds by telling them to keep 24/7 surveillance on the cameras Patch put up, and to not leave until it is located.
It's crucial that we provide the Senator some reassurance. Maintain 24/7 surveillance until the target is located.
Understood, High Command.
Is he serious? 24/7 surveillance?
This is the job, Patch.
1 day goes by, and still nothing has shown up on the surveillance. High Command actually gets a bit pissed here, and says,
A day of surveillance and 0 leads is unacceptable. I'm losing confidence in your ability to see this operation through. Patrol the forestry and double your surveillance coverage.
Patch is ready to comply, but Gray interjects.
Understood,
With wide coverage of the area. What you're suggesting would cost us unnecessary resources. If the target is in the area, we'll find it. Efficiently.
You have 6 hours. Don't disappoint me, Gray.
A little over 1 hour later, and they finally get some motion detected. But by the time they look at the feed, nothing is moving anymore. It just shows a deceased pack of direwolves. Gray decides, since this confirms something was here recently, that he should go out there and investigate. But he tells Patch to stay on the feed. Patch does not like that idea at all, but Gray shuts down any opportunity for Patch to come with. Gray updates High Command and is told,
Investigate immediately. I want you in full tactical gear. We're not taking any risks.
Gray leaves, and then Patch, shortly after, goes behind his back and calls High Command for clearance on joining Gray in the field.
High Command, permission to assist Gray in neutralizing the target. He's out there alone. It's too much of a risk.
You're a field tech, Patch. Keep your eyes on the feed. I've got a strike team, 19 minutes from the target's location. Gray will have backup.
We can't afford to wait 19 minutes. If we want this operation to succeed, we have to move faster than the target.
Somehow, he is able to convince High Command to join Gray.
Permission granted. Proceed with caution.
So he runs out there in the borderline darkness until he spots Gray's flashlight, and Gray is just thrilled to be joined by Patch.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Thankfully, Patch came armed, so Gray isn't too upset, I guess. Now that they're grouped up, they both begin searching through the woods. Not much happens for the next minute. They're surrounded by trees and darkness, and the only sounds you can really hear are them slowly walking around and a very distant ambulance siren, which gives off such a weird feeling, like another person out there is so close, yet so far. This continues until Patch spots a baby Triceratops. Coincidentally, the High Command asks for an update right whenever they see it. Gray tries to sidestep the fact that they've found a little Triceratops, but Patch straight up tells High Command. High Command, wanting to impress the Senator and show off that they can take down prehistoric animals, wants Patch and Gray to execute the baby Triceratops. Gray tries to protest this by saying it's a pretty much useless kill that doesn't really prove anything, and then High Command starts yelling into his radio.
Execute the creature or both of you will be discharged!
G-Pack is much more pathetic than they let out. What Gray said earlier about G-Pack wanting to impress the Senator is way more of a fact than an opinion. Gray stares down at the baby Triceratops, contemplating what his next action is going to be.
I can do this. Yeah, I can do this.
Area. That noise Patch heard when he was alone was something trying to mimic Gray's voice, but failing, resulting in this really garbled sound. And I think the reason for that is because Private Gray doesn't say Patch's name all that much, whereas Jess in the opening probably said, "Hey Alexa, open the door," enough to where the dinosaur could mimic it almost perfectly. But Patch didn't tell High Command or Private Gray about what he heard. So, the two men head back to the house, ready to leave, not even getting rid of whatever the true threat was. However, right whenever they get back, Patch decides it's a good time to have a drink. He and Gray get to learn a bit more about each other.
I went to school for mechanical engineering. Graduated, got the job, did everything right. But I never felt it. Purpose. Then all this happened. The world just broke. People losing homes, losing loved ones. Everyone seemed a little more united, you know? Once I heard that G-Pack was recruiting, I thought maybe this was it. It's corny, but I really thought I could help save the world. I'm not so sure anymore. This last mission, I was so scared, I panicked.
I understand, Patch.
Now that Patch has practically told him his life story, he'd like to know Gray's. He asks him why he joined GPAC, and Gray's reluctant at first, but eventually he explains why he is here.
Okay. I was there when it happened. The massacre. I lost someone important to me that day. Joining GPAC. It's been my penance.
What was their name?
Max.
What were they like?
He couldn't take anything seriously. A real jackass, too. But I miss him.
I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It's alright. It was nice meeting you, Patch.
Yeah. Likewise.
Two weeks have gone by, and it seems that Patch and Gray are seemingly still tagged along with each other. Everything seems fine. There's people outside playing in the neighborhood street, and Patch and Gray seem to just be chillin', when suddenly they get a call from High Command. High Command then tells the two that they have to go back to the house. Since GPAC foolishly labeled the area clear, the granddaughter of the senator moved back into the house. And what do you know? She's been missing for the past 24 hours. According to a neighbor, they heard a child in the woods screaming for help, and the granddaughter went to go help the kid, but hasn't been seen since. Over the past 2 weeks, that thing in the woods must have learned what sounds get humans to approach. Patch and Gray have to go back and make sure that she leaves unharmed.
You two were responsible for confirming the area to be clear of all threats.
High Command is blaming these two for his fuck-up. High Command concluded the target was not in the area anymore.
Tell me, Gray, do you believe in God?
I do.
Pray to your God that this operation goes your way.
They go back, gear up again, and pretty much blindly march into the woods. The only benefit here is that it is not dark outside.
We're coming!
Patch and Gray run towards the cries of Miss Hills, but when they get there, they don't find her. Well, at least not all of her. Yet they keep hearing her cries again and again in the distance.
That's not her.
Realizing that they're the ones being hunted freaks the hell out of Patch, and he starts having a panic attack. Gray grabs him and tells him,
"Get a fucking grip of yourself, Patch."
Which, yeah, that should work. And they make up a plan to stay exactly where they are, and if they see it, to open fire. Patch is now missing. It then shows a point of view shot of one of the dinosaurs, confirming that Gray was able to take down at least one of them. Then Gray is heard speaking into his radio in the distance. Gray is actually doing something very smart here. Instead of saying Patch's name, he's saying his own name. So if Patch is still out there somewhere, these things will not be able to mimic Gray's voice calling out for Patch. Gray continues to do this until the dinosaur gets really close to where Patch's radio is, leaving a perfect opportunity for Gray to
Patch is MIA. I'm down to my last bullet. I need backup.
Acknowledged. Continue your search for Miss Hills. Backup is nearby.
Fuck.
Private Gray stops looking for Miss Hills and instead starts searching for Patch.
High Command. Update Aaron Singh's status to KIA. Requesting a recovery team.
We don't have time. The priority is
that is how the episode ends. In the credits, the High Command gives a debriefing of the whole event, saying the dinosaurs they encountered were the Utah Raptors, and that Patch, also known as Aaron Singh, did not make it. Gray, on the other hand, somehow survived his encounter with the Utah Raptor, meaning he won using a combat knife. What? High Command then says they never found the Senator's daughter, thus causing the Senator to stop aiding and supporting GPAC, this being the straw that broke the camel's back. GPAC has been failing a lot, from the Azdarkadai or Quetzalcoatlus War to Palmer Ridge to the Shadow Valley neighborhood, and High Command also mentions that they failed France, implying the bug spray they tried using back in episode 1 of season 2 was either not significant enough or a backfire. Over 2 seasons, GPAC has accomplished nothing. They try to protect the rich, and they fail. They try to start a war when they can barely hold their ground. They try and try to succeed, but they just keep fucking failing. GPAC is not looking good. If legislation, funding, and success is just no longer in their favor, they are going to be done for. Unless they're able to initiate a draft. Any citizens eligible will be drafted into GPAC. The exemption list pretty much says if you are able-bodied and broke, guess where you're going. Yeah, you can escape the draft. If you have $1 million to give to GPAC. It's pretty interesting. High Command then says this.
Lead scientist Adrian Holloway has discovered something unnatural. I will assess whether it has any strategic use. High Command, out.
I cannot wait to see how that's gonna turn out. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the first 2 seasons of Prehistoric Emergence, and it is also where I would like to stop my coverage for now. Season 3 is in the works right now and already has 3 episodes out at the time of making this video, and I would love to cover it right fucking now, but I'm doing this, cute thing called maybe try and not make all my fucking videos over an hour long. It looks like I failed that mission, but hey. You're still here, man. That's what I'm talking about. If you'd like for me to cover Season 3, Season 4, however many more this series is looking to create, let me know in the comments section down below, and I will gladly do so. But before then, let me say my piece on this series as a whole. I will admit, whenever the series was first beginning, I found slight interest in it, but not enough to make a whole video on it. With full sincerity, the main reason I am making this video is because of Season 2. The jump in quality from the first season to the second season is insane. But here's the thing. I feel as if Season 2 is as good as it is because of all of the feedback and criticism that Season 1 got. Whenever Prehistoric Emergence first began, it did receive a decent bit of feedback, although this feedback was not always positive, namely because of the classic, almost cliche analog horror tropes of creepy TTS voice on an EAS alert, which is primarily just a slideshow with some text on screen, but even then sometimes the text is misspelled. You're left with a decent bit of things to critique about the series, including one main thing that you, and possibly many others, have noticed is that a decent chunk of the visual visuals in Season 1 are enhanced or generated using artificial intelligence. The credits in the description of some episodes citing pre-existing photos that were put into a software that turns them into AI-generated videos, as well as using other AI generation softwares for images like the woolly mammoth. And that's definitely one of the worst offenders. You could have your optic nerve severed, and you would still be able to tell it was made with AI. And thankfully, whenever people did begin to critique the series for these things, Azon Studios actually listened to the concerned fans. You all saw for yourself just how amazing this series has evolved. It went from utilizing AI in its creative process to having a full team of voice actors and animators, and even actors, all working together to make this series come to light. Season 1 is definitely the weakest part of the series, but at the very least, it serves its purpose. It is just an introduction to the prehistoric emergence. Season 1 is something you need to watch in order to see Season 2. If you just dropped into episode 1 of Season 2, you'd be like, okay, what the fuck is happening? I just wish it was handled better. What I will say is what they lacked in Season 1, they made up for in Season 2. Them spicing it up by making the series go from the EAS slideshow stuff to having acted out scenes with characters that we could actually follow around and get to know a bit it was a very good choice on their part, because it made this series all the more interesting. Seeing through the eyes of somebody who is living through this reality where these prehistoric animals are coming back is so fascinating. And what is equally as fascinating, listed secret episode of Prehistoric Emergence. There is most likely studios.
We are the Asian News Channel. It is our responsibility observed to be solitary hunters at the onset of their emergence, have since been confirmed to travel in flocks, a behavior first witnessed during the Hatzergopteryx migration to the U.S. East Coast. This shift to what is known as defensive aggregation after the pterosaur's resurgence. The APAF are tasked with dispatching jet formations to intercept migrating Asdarchidae. While GPAC has classified official data regarding prehistoric population sizes, reliable jet formations formed shortly after the population size. APAF pilots are permitted to engage targets only above unpopulated forestry or large bodies of water. However, yesterday, a single pilot intercepted a migrating flock as it approached Frankfurt, Germany. 3 Quetzalcoatlus carcasses fell into the city. One struck an unoccupied storefront, another collided with a traffic signal. A third landed on a civilian vehicle, carrying a family of 4. Due to the severity of the impact, the identities of the victims have not yet been confirmed. Public division has intensified. Some are calling for the arrest of the pilot involved, Christopher Kaufer. Others argue that allowing Asdarchidae flock for the arrest of the pilot involved, Christopher Kaufer. Others argue that allowing Asdarchidae flock to migrate into the city would amount to a much greater catastrophe. GPAC has stated that Mr. Kaufer will undergo a formal disciplinary review. For now, the APAF will remain active in our skies, with renewed efforts to reduce what they have termed human error.
Part of those renewed efforts appears to center around Raptori. Raptori is an artificial intelligence firm that claims it can predict where prehistoric creatures will migrate before they get there. The company describes it as a weather application for prehistoric activity, alerting users to nearby creatures, projected movement, and estimated arrival times. The software launched publicly this week, surpassing a world record and exceeding 10 million downloads on the first day of its release. We should note, while Raptori was designed to help people avoid prehistoric encounters, there have been thrill seekers using the platform to deliberately seek them out. Most recently, a crowd gathered around a sauropod herd. Even species perceived as docile can demonstrate unpredictable aggression. Perhaps the most significant development is Raptori's predictive technology now being integrated directly into GPAC's military operations. For the first time, forces can be pre-positioned. Units can match the threat with the appropriate weaponry, a strategy some are praising as the first real attempt to technologically match the unpredictable and never-ending nature of the prehistoric emergence. Since the Palmer Ridge incident, GPAC has suffered in recruitment and funding. Despite that, they have demonstrated greater efficiency through the use of artificial intelligence. A recently published report suggests prehistoric creature casualties have surged, the most noteworthy statistic being that over 1,000 theropods die each day. The commercial air travel ban has impeded on the livelihoods of many since the Asdarkadae's emergence. GPAC now promises the ban will be lifted within the coming months as Raptori is integrated further, specifically into APAF operations. Several governments have begun subsidizing the effort. Many have newfound hope that the luxury of air travel will return soon. Raptori does have its limits. Their models have shown no ability to predict where formations will appear. To this day, no progress has been made towards an explanation for when or where these openings emerge.
Pesticide campaign. We once again bring you an update on GPAC's pesticide campaign across France. After devastating the Magnora population, GPAC has set their eyes on a new invasive species, the Compsognathus. These small theropods have been identified as a growing threat to poultry, domestic pets, and young children. In a recent statement, GPAC reported that the species has contributed to a 21% decline in agricultural output across affected regions, while also being linked to over 32,000 domestic pet attacks, nearly half of which were fatal. In response, GPAC has bolstered their pesticide campaign. A fleet of autonomous spraying drones has now been deployed across both rural and urban environments. Utilizing Raptori, these drones are capable of forecasting the Compsognathus's movement patterns and release the toxin ahead of the creature's arrival. The drones will not discriminate between public and private property. Under current legislation, any structures across both rural and domestic pet attacks, nearly half of which were fatal. In response, GPAC has bolstered their pesticide campaign. A fleet of autonomous spraying drones has now been deployed across both rural and urban environments. Utilizing Raptori, these drones are capable of forecasting the Compsognathus's movement patterns and release the toxin ahead of the creature's arrival. The drones will not discriminate between public and private property. Under current legislation, any structure suspected of prehistoric movement is classified as an active infestation zone, legally permitting chemical deployment without prior notice. France is at a boiling point. The country finds itself split between those who have suffered from the prehistoric emergence and view the consequence of a chemical war as a necessary sacrifice, and those who refuse to accept it. The latter have been labeled prehistoric sympathizers. Some have begun attacking drones in retaliation against GPAC, leading to a wave of arrests. This cold civil war has been further inflamed by the case of Antoine Roux, a viral activist known for sheltering an arthropleura named Arthur. Arthur was euthanized by GPAC. Antoine was subsequently arrested. Both actions have deeply angered a growing subsection of the French public, a subsection that has now been organized. In response to the continued arrests, a national movement has emerged under the name Arrêt Total. Beginning April 7th, participants will refuse to work, buy, or engage in economic activity for 7 days. If enough take part, the action would effectively freeze France's economy for a full week, with the stated goal of forcing government officials to that a $50,000 bounty is now being offered by GPAC for information leading to the location of Umpi Jr. We're receiving new information as the story develops, but early reports suggest a zoonotic pathogen may have been spread from the Toronto Zoo to multiple regions around the world. Initial cases appear to involve several zookeepers who previously cared for the Umpi family. Very little is currently known about the disease. For more information, we now go live to Brendan Murray, who is at a private hospice speaking with a former Toronto Zoo employee. The patient has chosen to remain anonymous.
Hello. I'm Brendan Murray with Asian News. Thank you for speaking with us. How are you feeling?
Can I have a glass of cold water?
Of course. Nurse. Somebody? Thank you. Here you are. Can you describe your illness for us?
I can't.
Let's try something easier. How about we try yes or no questions? Is the disease contagious?
Yes.
Is the disease the reason for your cough? With your fingers, can you show me on screen? Let's move on from that question. Is the disease affecting your lungs? Your throat?
I'm so tired. I can never sleep. It's been 70 hours.
I'm sorry to hear that. Can surgery cure the illness?
Group ag.
Was your disease contracted by one of the Umpis?
Yes.
Was your disease responsible for Umpi's death? That was originally thought to be tuberculosis.
I signed an NDA. Paid for the hospital. Signed an NDA made for the hospital. Fucking. Oopie is not Oopie Jr.'s dad. Branding died from the same thing that lives here.
Are former Toronto Zoo visitors at risk?
They had so many people travel. All they did was create the staging grounds.
We appreciate you sharing so much. I know how difficult it is. If I may ask one more question.
The cold water, it helps. Ask.
Why is there a bounty on Oompi Jr.?
He's special. His body secretes something. I'm not letting those bastards profit off the remedy. And I set him free.
I'm sorry, just, is your condition, is the disease fatal?
Targets are approaching the civilian threshold. Circle back and maintain patrol on Long Peak activity.
Copy. Following.
Roger. Disengaging. Bloodtail, what's your status?
Going full blower. Preparing to engage.
Bloodtail, pull back immediately. This is a direct order. Bloodtail, do you copy? Bloodtail, do you copy? Bloodtail! Bloodtail!
Unpredictable and never-ending nature of the prehistoric emergence. Since the Palmer Ridge
Oopie Jr.'s dad.
Alert, attention all citizens of. It has come to our attention we have experienced a catastrophic failure at one of our facilities. If you can't see this, you are too
of deadly and bizarre entities living all around us, that one wrong turn could lead you to run into something that you might never unsee, that there are hundreds if not thousands of these entities, and that being honest could end the world any day now. The real question you may be asking, however, is which entities I am even referring to. The ones documented and somewhat contained by the SCP Foundation, or the menace of many taped entities from various analog horror sightings. And really, which one would be worse? Today I'm going to be going into multiple categories comparing both SCP and different analog horrors to see if the answer truly is that it's not even close. By the way, if you end up enjoying this video and haven't seen the first one, Trevor Henderson vs. Dr. Nowhere is also live on my channel for y'all to watch, so let's get into this lineup. Similar to my last versus video, I'm going to be starting with the most viral entities from each verse. In my opinion, that would have to be the first SCP-173 or the statue, and SCP-096 versus one of the most iconic analog horror entities, Gabriel and the Intruder, aka 6, from the Mandela catalog. Starting with SCP-173, it is essentially the original look away and find out motherfucker, and it would inspire hundreds of entities to come after it using the same mechanic. Although Weeping Angels, which is a similar entity from Doctor Who, technically came out around the same time, essentially it's keep your eyes on it at all times or you're cooked. You want to blink? Cooked. Makes you think about looking away for even a fraction of a second. At the absolute best case, he is now 1 millimeter from your neck. That's essentially all there is to it. Basically what you're going to want to do is make sure you're in a team of people and you guys communicate with each other and make sure that one of you is always watching him and that you blink at different times. That way he always stays frozen. And this is exactly what Nine-Tailed Fox, which is the elite task group that is used to contain these things in the facilities, essentially will do in the game. Our other SCP for this category, 096, is essentially the perfect opposite, and funny enough, worst nightmare combination of 173. The Shy Guy, well, fuck, may just killed us all, my bad y'all. Well, jokes aside, the Shy Guy, as he is also called, cannot have his face viewed by anyone, even in pictures or videos, and even one single fucking pixel. If it is, he promptly will become a sort of berserker and charge directly to you, murdering you in cold blood no matter where you are. are. Even people at the bottom of the ocean who were shown a picture somehow managed to get reached by him and killed all the same. Once he is going, no military in the world could manage to stop him. Lucky for you, however, it sits mostly crouched and docile, facing away. So just when around it, I suggest looking at the floor, which would work well, except for when SCP-173 is around. So what are the analog horror alternatives, and do they hold up? Well, Six, or the Intruder, mostly exists inside of analog technology devices, but by no means is this his limitation. With excessive manipulation, Six was hinted to have kidnapped over 3,000 children in a very short time, causing many of their parents to simply just end their own lives or be stuck in grief. In the physical form, you almost never see his face, just a hooded creature in the dark, and suddenly your kids will start bringing up odd imaginary friends or a man inside of the TV, who most of the time just serves to taunt you with his haunting smile, all while it's far too late. Six shows up basically everywhere in the series and has multiple connections with most of the main characters, but even he is just a pawn of the larger power in the series, and that power is the alternate Gabriel, the Observer. Now, I feel like Gabriel's horror is multi-layered and only really truly experienced if you have some sort of basic understanding of the Bible verses. Alternates as a whole are essentially supposed to be copies of loved ones or people that you would see in real life, ones that just simply replace you and as a side effect cause 99% of people to take their own lives, often just from the pure shock of seeing someone that's identical to you or what they tell you afterwards. The reason I brought up Christianity is because Gabriel is heavily theorized to be a Satan or a version of. And even worse, he is theorized to have somehow stopped the birth of Christ, replacing him instead as humanity's savior. On top of that, he masquerades as an angel and tricks people into talking to him rather than the true religious icons. He was at the birth, resurrection, everything. Gabriel was there observing, and from that creating the first alternates and leaving everyone wondering, who have I been praying to all this time? To me, this section is a close edge for analog horror. 096 and 173 punch very close, but 6 barely has the body to kill, and 096 would literally have to destroy like every single television or screen, and there would always be more. Not to mention Gabriel being borderline omnipotent, and as of now in the series without weakness. And for all we know, the alternates could technically replace SCPs with alternate versions of themselves. So to me, this one goes to Mandela Catalog. Now, when it comes to fear factor, this is going to be very subjective, as while some may find something horrific, others might not even bat an eye. SCP just has so many different SCPs to choose from, it's hard to even properly manage them all, from containment breach to the thousands of documented logs. And often these texts possess more of the disturbing and drawn out ideas than the actual games have, such as The Flesh That Hates, or the one that literally manifests as a text file that if you read it, changes what happens to you after you die, and makes you stuck conscious inside of your rotting corpse but paralyzed to do anything otherwise, for who knows how long, and maybe just indefinitely, and that's scary as hell. Not to mention ones like SCP-2935 that is essentially just an alternate world that has been completely killed off, and no matter how many people have explored it, humanity is just gone. Then there are more visual examples, such as the old man whose pocket dimension basically spells torture. Not to mention he's not really what you would call a looker either. Being completely honest though, when it comes to pure horror, it's kinda hard to beat analog horror nowadays, especially when it first came out. I remember analog horror being some of the scariest shit I had ever seen, and no one was really ready for it, such as the scenarios from Local 50's government conspiracies, Gemini Home Entertainment's cosmic dread of somehow preventing an impossible to understand alien race from completely consuming Earth, the previous mentioned alternates, the list just goes on and on. In my opinion, the scariest SCPs come from its logs, and you can't compete with the visual and audio that some analog horror series use to make you lose sleep over. Obelisk is definitely one of the best and more recent examples of this, as just seeing this creature in the closet or hallway, I honestly just can't with this sort of thing. These are just one of the many horrific designs that almost every series share. Many people have been wondering how I managed to research and edit horrific nightmares for my content for hours on end and still manage to get a good night's sleep. And I can't lie, I couldn't do it alone. I have a lot of help from today's sponsor, Man to Sleep, and their line of sleep assistance products, including premium masks that come in a ton of varieties to fit every person's head size and shape, and features to fit everyone's needs. From masks that cool your face to weighted masks mass, and on top of that, they also make an incredible white noise machine equipped with sound shield noise blocking technology that creates a barrier of white noise using one of their 15 gapless audios to help block out distracting sounds. If you're planning on getting one of these, make sure to take advantage of both my 10% off code Mirage and the holiday sales that are going on most of this month, including December 19th to 21 flash sale, which in the US gives you 20% off the white noise machine, and internationally you can get 20% off the silk mask. Thank you guys, and back to the video. Honestly, this is another easy point to analog horror. For our third category, we will of course be going over the iconic survivability of each verse. This is going to be extremely difficult, so let's start by breaking them down, starting with the worst of each. From my experience, Monument Mythos, Gemini Home Entertainment, and the disease ones like Stone Cold, Smile Tapes, and the Tangy virus pose a lot of the biggest threat. During my previous How to Logically Survive episodes, I couldn't really find a realistic way to deal with wood crawlers due to just their extreme abilities to burrow underground, creating nests in people's homes, all while crawling inside humans and creating almost skinwalker-like entities. The virus ones can be even worse, with absolutely horrific symptoms, leaving most of humanity wiped out, with whatever's left basically being corrupted or brainwashed governments, or just people scared stiff, sheltering in their home. And I don't know if I even need to mention Monument Mythos, it goes without saying, but in this verse we have dozens of eldritch beings that could just completely annihilate everyone, going from replacing, devouring, or otherwise just taking out the entire North American continent. But being honest, if you think this is an easy win for analog horror, you'd be wrong. If SCP is known for one thing, it's producing world-ending entities. Shit, literally SCP-001, the supposed first SCP in the lineup, and the one that is debated to be multiple different things. Two of these theories are both world-ending entities, being the Scarlet King, whose very manifestation or birth into reality means reality falls apart, and when day breaks, which essentially is a scenario in which the sun turns into the end of humanity, burning everyone who steps into the light into some sort of abomination of flesh that roams around killing any survivors. Yeah, and that's just 001. The whole flesh that hates I mentioned earlier must hate a lot, because the extremely viral epidemic that it creates could easily spread to the whole world, making this entire planet essentially parasitic meat organisms. Being honest, any of these scenarios where there's a mass site-wide containment breach, reality might just be over. And the worst part is that most people in the SCP universe canonically don't have any idea these things even exist. And someone could just one day upload a picture of 096 onto the internet, killing thousands of people until it's taken down. Or they could just walk down a random set of stairways, end up in 087. Especially because it canonically exists on a campus, so meaning it could just be your average day finishing up a class, you could take a new stairwell that you've never seen before and end up in hell. For those who are unaware, 087 is an infinite staircase, and you would soon become trapped between it and SCP-087. -1, which is the entity commonly found inside, described as a face with no visible pupils, nostrils, or mouth. The nature of 087-1 is entirely unclear, that it is not the source of the pleading. Subjects exhibit feelings of intense paranoia and fear when faced with 087-1, but it is undetermined whether said feelings are abnormal or simply natural reactions. Most people don't make it back from this place, and I don't know about you, but I'd be willing to bet this thing is the cause. In the case of working on one of the sites, especially the site from the game, survival rates become even worse, because so many entities are compressed into one location, designed to be hard to escape. So when everything goes to shit, you're basically trapped in a melting pot in hell, with 939s guarding the cargo levels, mimicking other humans, the many invisible cases of 966, creeping through heavy containment, and finally, one of the worst, SCP-049. SCP-049, as I'm sure many people are familiar with, has the intense need to cure you of some unknown plague or disease, which I guess explains the mask. Now, normally this would just be some random stranger sitting in the dark, wearing a robe waiting to touch you, but this is so much worse than that, as his cure is just straight up murder, and it's as easy as coming into physical contact with him whatsoever. The aftermath of these kills often ends with the corpses reanimating and becoming aggressive, giving you even more issues. I'll be mentioning some more of the exact entities as this video goes on, but it's becoming clear by now survival here would be near impossible in both verses. But I think SCP takes this point just by sheer number of deadly or world-ending entities. Next up, we're going to be comparing the lore of both verses. SCP is relatively self-explanatory, with the base lore being that it is the giant secret organization stationed all over the world. The main goal being to keep humanity from ending by containing as many cryptids, anomalous items, or hazardous locations that they can, designating them as SCPs. This foundation basically consists of task force, underground facilities, researchers, and possibly even private militias, all of them being led specifically by the O5 Council, which may or may not be some sort of cabal of wealthy elites, but they do technically keep the world from collapsing, so I guess they're morally gray here, except for the whole, experimenting on criminals for their own research purposes, but even that's kind of morally debatable since most of them are death row already. The SCP Foundation also contains many designations based on containability, and the ironic part is analog horror entities could very well be classified as SCPs if they were in this verse. In a way, each SCP has their own lore, but looking into analog horror, it's very similar. The general trend with analog horror is there's something seriously wrong going on being documented by tapes or other forms of analog media, whether it be survival tapes on meat creatures invading Earth, or a Godzilla suit that is slowly forced its wearer, and many others to literally fuse into them. Others carry more advanced lore, such as the Greylog tapes that slowly reveal a corrupt company pulling thought forms out of people's minds, while simultaneously unearthing an ancient deity from inside of a mountain, where thousands of years worth of civilizations have been making offerings, but to what? This causes many anomalous events to start happening around the town, and what's left of the corrupted mining crew to break into people's homes, causing widespread panic. Some analog horrors, on the other hand, have a more streamlined angle, like the Painter or Basswood County, both of which revolve around disturbing humanoid creatures, murdering vast amounts of people, one eventually being revealed to be fucked up psychopath humans, and the other just being something much more unexpected, being actually nothing close to a human at all, just a parasitic organism wearing human skin. Sometimes with you not even being able to tell yourself if you are slowly becoming one of them or not. Being completely honest, I'm gonna go with SCP edging this one out too, because for every one solid analog horror lore, there are 5 SCP lores to stand up to it, and I'm even willing to bet a lot of analog horrors were somewhat inspired by SCPs. But then again, what do you guys think? Now, this is where both verses are going to get interesting. Veterans of this niche or genre, I'm willing to bet, have heard of or seen most of the entities on both sides that I've mentioned so far in this video. But this is where it starts to get into the more rare and obscure entities that you might not have even heard of on both sides. The only downside is on the SCP side of this, your visuals become extremely limited. But I'm going to be doing my best to find the images that do exist. To start us off, we have SCP-299-B, described as the taxidermied sapient skeleton of a black adolescent house cat. SCP-299-B is held together through various methods, including leather straps, black tape, string, and superglue, partially composed of common yarrow. SCP-299-B refers to itself as Dr. Stuart Hayward and was created by SCP-299-A, which is some form of anomalous computer program. As for those as unaware as me on what the hell sapient means, it essentially means to be able to have rational thought, to think for yourself like a human does, not to be confused with sentient, which is the ability to feel things, such as pain or emotions. Regardless, A and B, as I'll be calling them, both seem to be contained in an underground facility, with A being able to corrupt entire entire computers, similar to a virus, and said to have direct ties to occult possessions. Somehow during this process, A was able to create B. You know, the horrific cat skeleton I just assaulted your eyes with a second ago? Just in case you don't remember, here's the image again. One of the anomalous properties of 299B is it often will distort the people it's on camera with, giving them missing eyes, exposed face, and stitched smiles. 299B exclusively communicates through subtitles, but it's unknown whether this is intentional or how it has to be. It lives off of an oddly specific plant, yarrow, that researchers are specifically said to make sure it eats before they leave. Now earlier I mentioned that A managed to create 299B, and you're probably wondering how a computer program could even do that. Don't worry, it's way worse than you think. 299A managed to hack the facility drones and used it to murder and tear apart various different cats until it had enough pieces to put together the amalgamation of 299-B. It's unknown if it's for pet reasons or for another purpose, but to me it's just all around disturbing and a little sad. B understandably makes entries begging for death, but all attempts fail. Reading communication logs between them, I'm not sure whether they are actual friends or if they hate each other. Regardless, this is just the first of a couple rare SCPs that I have lined up. Next up, I want to go over SCP-020, which in the most basic form is essentially a fungal substance that grows everywhere at an untraditional yet alarming rate. Imagine this, you're tasked with containing a sample of this mold. When you enter the house, you're suited up in full biohazard gear to avoid infection, but when you enter the infected area, it looks like there's absolutely nothing there. The walls are clean and everything looks completely normal. We were told there is an entire infestation here, but it just looks like a average home. Confused but a bit relieved, you take out your phone to photograph evidence that there was a mistake and that the home looks untouched. When you pull it out, however, you almost drop your device in shock. The walls, floor, and even part of your suit are now covered in a thick, greenish-black fungus, and every picture you take seems to make things worse and worse. But this was always going to be the case, as SCP-020 is invisible to the naked eye, and even a microscope. But the second any form of video recording or camera is involved, it spreads unexplainably fast, even growing on human bodies without them even noticing. Once someone is infected, they will begin making their house more hot and humid, giving way for more mold to grow. Once this is done, their health will deteriorate, leading to their eventual death, which only makes the spreading worse, as when emergency responders show up, they have no idea that this person is covered in spores. Now, I'm sure there are plenty more rare SCPs, and if y'all wanted me to make a full video on stuff like this, make sure to let me know down in the comments below, because it was extremely fun finding even these two. But for now, I want to see the other side of things and go into rare analog horror series. This analog horror goes beyond rare. It is completely in Russian, a language you probably don't have to guess my American ass doesn't speak. But some things can be communicated universally, no matter the language. Doing my best to decipher what is going on here, it appears to be a warning service for the few people who live in the sparsely populated region of Russia. My best guess being likely somewhere in Siberia, for those who don't know, this part of Russia. Since it is by far one of the most remote places on Earth, it's not surprising something like this exists here. I was definitely hooked, but failing to make sense of something in another language. But after a bit of effort, I was able to find a credible translation. The first of these creatures consists of a forest entity with unusually long limbs, aiming to strangle unlucky wanderers. There is also mental entities that give a sort of possession effect, giving an excuse for people to be sent to traumatic hospital stays. Similar to some other analog horrors, the advice that the government gives you to deal with these entities low-key sucks and won't save your life from them whatsoever. Series is a key example that you might not need crazy art skills to make a good analog horror series, leaving it up to the audience to assume what these things might actually look like. These creatures are referred to either the dirty or the unclean, I can't really tell, but either way they seem to become more aggressive the colder it gets, leading to higher amounts of civilian deaths and break-ins, which honestly is double terrifying as someone who lives in a colder climate. It gets so bad that if you have any livestock that die during this winter period, you have to guarantee they're at least 50 meters from your house as to not attract these things, and then followed by an immediate shelter in place, barring all the doors and windows. It also states to never attempt to help anyone around you, as it will certainly end in you being grabbed, choked, or beaten to death by one of these entities. To make this even more of a rare find, the series mysteriously would stop production, leaving whatever would come of this zone unknown and up to interpretation. The second rare analog horror series I stumbled across is one that you might not even consider an analog horror, rather an analog style video game similar to like Petscop or something. But the reason I still added it to this list was because despite it appearing like an RPG, State Pergaliminal is purely a series on YouTube. And for those who know me, the word liminal in something hooks me in 2 seconds, so I was immediately interested. It appears as if you are trapped wandering through this odd location consisting of various rooms and halls. The entities that surround you can be odd, but also disturbing, and some of them almost seem like they're invisible to the naked eye, and can only be seen when altering your plane of reality. Now, I just want to say that this whole series has, hands down, the coolest entity design I've ever seen, bar none. And I have seriously never been treated more than when I first discovered this series on this channel. Everywhere you go just seems so eerie, and you can't even pretend for a second that you're alone, even when you can't see anything around you, as there tends to be always some sort of horrific being not far behind that is following you for a while now. It is almost as if Trevor Henderson fused with Yuminiki or something. It seems to have a reoccurring theme of reality being incredibly bendable in this place. A good portion of the entities just feel the need to warn you of the areas ahead. This section is extremely tough, and if I was basing solely off of quality, it would be a tie. But SCPs likely have hundreds of S tier, and likely with that F tier lost entries and entities, so because of that specifically, I have to give this one to SCP. Finally, I want to look into the quality of life of both of these universes in order to tally up the final score. When looking into this, we need to assume the worst case scenario for both universes, but since analog horror isn't all in the same universe, I'm going to have to pick one of the worst ones and then a somewhat comparable SCP to that one to sort of even the scale a little bit. It took me a lot of thinking on what 2 options I should pick, as there are a ton that I could compare, but I ended up deciding on SCP-106, purely his pocket dimension, and then the mystery flesh pit. SCP-106 is a primal hunter and can't help but give some sort of chase to the people he views as prey. Hell, you literally contain him by breaking someone's femur, the most painful bone to break in your body, to then lure him with the subject's screams. SCP-106 has origins to the World Wars, having assumably been a soldier. Remember to keep this in mind because it matters. He is able to phase through walls and floors, and if he manages to touch you, you are transported into a living hell, essentially containing pitch black halls after halls after halls, which is just horrible, because imagine going about your day and suddenly a decaying old man's face comes out of the wall, and because of the spontaneousness of it all, he catches you and you end up there. You're faced with 8 choices of a direction to go. It's honestly impossible to make any coherent decision, as your body seems to be completely falling apart, but the sound of 106 walking down one of the halls towards you is, to be honest, an excellent motivator. You're forced through rooms of swinging obstacles and endless brick walls. After a while, time falls apart. You can't tell whether you've been here for minutes or hours, and nothing else remains. Eventually, a new corridor opens up, and one that oddly looks like it's outside. However, that would even be possible. You're now stuck crawling through the dirt in a World War I trench in a pitch black void. This is the end. 106 closes in while a gigantic flying bird-like creature flies over and the ground shakes, almost making a mockery as he finishes you off. This life is miserable, and it will be all you have left until he gets bored of you and decides to finish you off. Alternatively, the mystery flesh pit is another fucked up pit of hell, this time advertised as a mystical adventure, only for once you get there to realize that you are in a living, bleeding body of a titanic creature hosting a metric ton of various gigantic bugs, all while dying in pockets of flesh or literally being digested by the walls around you. If you get lost or separated in here, you're gonna have to do some horrific shit to survive, mostly eating and drinking this thing to keep from starving or dying of dehydration, and hoping to God that you can find some way out of here, or at bare minimum, adapt to what this new life is. To be honest, both of these nightmares just might be better off ending it right off the bat. But being honest, in the flesh pit, what might be unthinkable and gross at first will become a commonplace eventually after you've been here for months. And at least you won't be having to deal with a psychopath killer who toys with you, not letting you die until he is done with you, which has been anywhere from just a few minutes to multiple months. And this dimension is completely under his control, so I don't think he'd be letting you jump off of anything too soon, until he has tortured you to his content. So because of this, I'm going to give this point again to SCP. Being honest, both of these verses are incredibly vast, and maybe the score would be different if I would have compared different SCPs to different analog horrors. There's honestly enough content for a possible part 2 in the future, so if that's what you guys want to see, make sure to let me know. With that being said, let's go ahead and look at the score. Fuck, it's close again, isn't it?
Games like Club Penguin, Pop Tropica, and websites like Cool Map Games are, and or were, cornerstones for kids growing up in the 2000s. I know this because I was born in 2005, and while at school, I myself more than often found myself playing Pop Tropica and some gaming greats on Cool Math Games. But that was a long, long time ago. Cool Math no longer resembles the site it was back when I was a kid. Pop Tropica has since shut down and exists in a sort of life support on Cool Map Games, and Club Penguin no longer exists in any official capacity. There are games like Club Penguin Journeys, a fan-made recreation of the original that seems to still be kicking despite the king of media, Disney, owning the franchise. But what if you, being your brilliant self, went on a walk down memory lane and discovered the website to one of your childhood favorites, where you find the site? And to your surprise, the game still exists. But it's a ghost town now, an echo of the past. One you can still play, but you can't remember your old account name or password. You can't make a new account due to the game itself being shut down, but you can at the very least still play as a guest. And so you do. But things get weird. Speaking of, the website is riddled with strange bugs. Really all they are? Hello everybody, it's me, Drago Bob. Welcome to today's video.
Christmas is right around the corner. Well, depending on when you're watching this, I thought it would be rather fitting to cover something that aligns with both the holidays and horror.
Topic covering Lambiland, a brilliant ARG created by Deoxy on Twitter or X.com. Go and give them a follow. This video in crafts and recipes and site codes. Almost ghostly lamb we see in the coloring pages. Oh. Hello. Ah. Please, do not be afraid. Who are you? The children call me the Guardian. I am a deity who has come to this world for the purpose to help those who need it. The wolf. Deity that does not stay silent before their followers. I apologize. This must be hard. But through the sacrifice of Ramuel and all of the prayers of the developers, no, everyone that had been taken by the Guardian, it is made to be forgotten forever. This is why it begs us to remember it. Why it's frustrated with the fact we forgot it. It's likely without its source of power, the children that believed in it, it has been reduced to this sorry state and left marooned in this dead game alongside all of those it took to be forgotten. Ruth. This Ruth will never know where their father went. Spikeball 30 will never know what happened to their stepbrother, for better and for worse. And the Guardian still lives, albeit trapped in a world of its own making. This ARG is now one of my all-time favorites. Drago Bob, hoping you're having a wonderful day or night wherever you are. Bye-bye!
You so right. Please forgive me. Just don't shoot me, please.
Grand Theft Auto analog horror is something I'd never thought I'd see, but with GTA being one of the most modded games in the world, I'm honestly not too surprised.
I don't need this shit.
And while these videos don't compare to the true horror of the $80 price tag of GTA 6, the footage in these videos is absolutely disturbing. Because when we dive into these corrupted videos, they unveil a terrifying fate of San Andreas' main protagonist, CJ, as CJ is put through a psychological hell where he doesn't know if what he's seeing is real or fake, only for him to fall deeper into this hell that was seemingly made just for him. Hey everyone, it's Wildman. I hope you are doing well, and in today's video we are going to be diving into the Los Santos analog horror videos. And before we begin, please don't forget to comment bruh, as usual, as that does help me out a lot. The first video in this mini-series is called GTA San Andreas.exe, and these videos were created by Padrill. In the first video, it starts with the regular loading screen for San Andreas, though this is quickly interrupted by a glitch inside of the game, followed by this low-quality image of CJ. Though in the image, it looks like he's lying lifeless on the ground. The game begins and CJ says, quote,
"After 5 years on the East Coast, it was time to go home."
And in the game, if you're unfamiliar with the lore, the game begins with CJ coming back home after living in Liberty City on the East Coast, coming back to Los Santos after 5 years. And as for the reason he's coming home, it's for his mother's funeral. Then a phone call from his brother Sweet plays, followed by an image of his mother's carcass.
What's up, Sweet? What you want? This is Mama. She's dead, bro.
And while this is all happening, this black silhouetted figure, who we'll call Ghost, unloads their suitcase as well, presumably following CJ from the East Coast back home to Los Santos. Because arriving to his hometown, he's met with a seemingly endless supply of copies of himself, trapping him in this alleyway. His clones try to punch, stab, and do anything in their power to prevent CJ from leaving this alley, but CJ is eventually able to escape after breaking through the crowd. After this segment, CJ makes his way to a rooftop, and looking into the streets, he can see the bodies of his clones lying bloodied in the middle of the street. When he walks away, however, he stumbles upon a gathering of ghost clones, all of them surrounding this statue. And upon closer inspection, the ghosts are actually CJ's clones. But it isn't long until Ghost appears inside of the building and begins chasing CJ down with a chainsaw, resulting in this segment. After Ghost is successfully able to hunt CJ down, he is transported to what looks like the middle of nowhere. There are trees surrounding the area alongside this blue haze of fog, but making it inside of one of the cabins, and CJ is jumped by the ghost clones. After CJ gets jumped by the ghost clones, he respawns in Los Santos as if nothing happened. He makes his way inside of his house, and once he's inside, there's already a body on the ground. This is followed by CJ's brother, Sweet, barging into the room, waving a bat. And when CJ makes his way to the kitchen, he finds that his brother has killed an additional person. Running from his brother upstairs, CJ finds a dozen of his clones, all laid on his bed, their bodies still and unresponsive. And then Ghost, who we can assume was possessing his brother, reveals himself to CJ and mows him down with a chainsaw once again. And after CJ is killed this time around, this bizarre image appears on screen. I'm not sure which character this is in the San Andreas universe because it was a little bit before my time, so I didn't get to play it. But if you have any idea, let me know. Though my first thought was that it's most likely just a very altered image of CJ. After CJ respawns, Ghost brings him to this Burger Shot restaurant, and inside the room, it's filled with Ghost's clones and CJ's. But there's something bizarre about this encounter. The ghosts aren't chasing CJ, they're even waving their hands at him. And on top of that, they're all carrying a bouquet of flowers, as if to pay respects to the carcasses on the ground. It's all very odd. And at this point, I do want to mention that a lot of discussions surrounding these videos are under the impression that Ghosts is actually not the enemy here. So I do kind of want you to keep that perspective in the back of your mind as we keep going into these videos. And when CJ makes it to the next room, what he finds is a version of Ghost holding a chainsaw and stomping a clone of him into a bloody pulp. And I know I just said that Ghost may not be a villain, but bear with me. Then, if the video couldn't get any stranger, CJ walks into a bathroom filled with bloodied bodies of himself, but the strange part here is that he begins to stomp on them as well, as if mimicking Ghost. This results in the game glitching out and transporting CJ to a barber shop.
Nice to have you back, son.
But something is off. The first thing you'll notice is the headless body sitting in the barber chair. Two heads sit on top of the dressers. And when CJ zooms in on the face of the barber, his mouth is moving where it shouldn't be. It's as if he's wearing the skin of another person and cut an extra mouth hole under the mouth of the person's skin. Scattered on the other chairs are various other limbs from people who have wandered into the shop. CJ then makes his way to the back room and finds that there are 4 bodies of policemen strung up, possibly being used by the barber to make more skin suits. And CJ, I'm assuming, is pretty terrified by this sight and makes his way outside of the barber shop. But in doing so, the game completely collapses from any resemblance of the original game. Because CJ is transported to this green hell, the world has seemingly been destroyed, reduced to islands floating in space, as CJ runs around trying to shoot this alien. But he fails, and this happens. CJ is then brought back to the alleyway, but this time his clones are not present. As CJ makes his way through a now deserted Los Santos, the game begins to fall apart once again. The screams of his clones are present, but they're nowhere to be seen. That is until they randomly appear, bloodied once again, lying in the streets. This is then followed by this disturbing interruption. CJ truly is in hell and does not know how to escape, and so he does the only thing he can think of and brings the weapon to his head. This, however, far from ends the nightmare and perhaps makes it even worse, as he's now in a burning house and finds his brother Sweet once again. But this time his brother is 3 times his size, and CJ does his best to take him down, but fails miserably, as he cannot win in this realm.
CJ! Look out! What are you waiting for?
And after losing his life once again, he's teleported to a plane filled with these strange people that are most likely not even human. They are ghosts, and their faces are this disturbing gray color. CJ walks to the front of the plane, but is taken out once again. Now before we dive into the next video, there's a lot of things going on here. So when CJ first gets to Los Santos, he's already inside of this hellscape, being attacked by his clones, and even his brother is possessed and forced to go after him. And in the video, Ghost takes out CJ a number of times. I think it's a total of 3. And each time it happens, he's transported deeper into this hellscape, making it even more difficult to escape. Which does make me want to bring up a different point, because in the game when CJ's mother dies, he is able to carry on. However, in this version of CJ, that doesn't seem to be the case, because maybe for this version of CJ, the death of his mother was too much to bear, and so he did the only thing he could think of to end his misery. Either that, or CJ's plane that was flying to Los Santos from the East Coast was hijacked by these aliens. He also could have been killed in that plane ride, and his consciousness has now been transported to whatever hell the aliens have created for him. But keep all of this in mind as we go into the next video.
Baby, without you, there is no Carl Johnson. Damn, man. Shit. Now where is this stupid bitch?
The next video begins with CJ outside of his romantic interest's house, begging for forgiveness. And while this scene was directly ripped from the game, it does have a very different outcome. Because while in the game, Catalina, his love interest, forgives CJ, even though he never cheated on her, though she's accusing him of doing so.
I think I love you.
Shit, that's great.
In this version, Ghost takes Catalina's place, and in the cutscene, pulls the trigger instead of sparing CJ.
Oh, baby. I'm so sorry, baby.
What was that?
You so right. Please forgive me, baby. Just don't fucking shoot me, please.
CJ is transported to the inside of a home. His clones are now completely glitching out, as they've been deteriorating at this point compared to how they were functioning in the last video. They've been in this hell for way too long and are now shells of what they were in the last video. Mere puppets for CJ to look at, in fear of what he might become if he stays in this hell for too long. Moving into another room, CJ walks in on a funeral, but instead of his clones holding flowers, they're all wielding weapons. And this may be a further nod to CJ being unable to cope with the grief he faced after the death of his mother. Even his clones are suffering. But what is odd is that there are 2 coffins, one for his mother and one for him. CJ makes his way down the hallway and finds one of his clothes behaving different from the rest. He's standing on a pile of bodies and stares directly at CJ, raising his arms as if surrendering to his fate. CJ is transported to a new area where he finds a group of cultists, all circled around a flame. Pretty sure I can't say this on YouTube, but I'm 100% sure that these are KK. One more K. I mean, if they are CJ's. For all circled around a flame. Pretty sure I can't say this on YouTube, but I'm 100% sure that these are KK. One more K. I mean, if they are CJ's, for sure in hell. It seriously does look like them, though these are not in the base game. I mean, neither is like half of the stuff here. When CJ makes it into the building, he finds Ghost shaking hands with one of the members, and after looking at Ghost, the prompt, quote, "Eliminate them all," appears on screen, followed by this bizarre cutscene.
Look, Smoke, we go way back. We grows, man. I'm down, dog.
Inside, Big Smoke lies taken out on the ground, while CJ is bombarded with grenades from Ghost's clones. CJ is then taken back to Los Santos, but instead of being attacked by his clones or Ghost, mannequins this time are waiting for him. And it's here where the story starts to change a little bit, because CJ and his clones are meeting up with two aliens to exchange goods, and the game changes from CJ's perspective to this alien's. Walking through the cargo plane, they have people locked in cargo slots. It's all very confusing, as then some of those captives jump off of the plane, perhaps trying, like CJ, to get out of this hellscape, whatever the cost. The game then switches back to CJ's perspective, and what alerts him is someone screaming for him to look out. After investigating, it's his brother Sweet, who's suspended in midair, begging for help.
Help me! Call me a lawyer! Oh, hell no!
The series ends with the most jarring scene of the entire thing, as the alien's plane is seen crashing into one of the buildings. As the alien's plane is seen crashing into one of the buildings. There's this one comment that gives a really good theory as to what is happening. If you combine it with the previous one, it makes sense, really. All the nightmares CJ experiences are the work of those aliens. They trap CJ in a simulation world with many clones of himself, and the Truth is trying to save CJ. That's why the Truth shot the aliens in the previous video, and the Truth being the character we were calling Ghost. Someone also mentions that Big Smoke is also speaking the alien language earlier in the video, which would mirror his betrayal to CJ in the original story.
We go way back. We grows, man.
The entire video series is just very bizarre and really reminded me of the old Ben Drowned videos. It really did bring me back to that nostalgic horror that I used to feel as a kid, where I would just like stay up all night listening to creepypasta readings of Ben Drowned and all the classic ones. And while the story seems to be that of a video game character being trapped in a simulation by aliens, I do really feel like this video can also be interpreted as a journey of grief. CJ simply unable to deal with the death of his mother, winding up in hell only for his mourning to continue, though he finds himself being terrorized by Ghost and aliens. But maybe Ghost really was trying to set him free, finding him first before the aliens did in the simulation, to end his life and hopefully free him from this hell. Because maybe Ghost is another version of CJ, trapped inside of the simulation for the same reason, and now another copy of him has arrived, and instead of leaving him to suffer, he tries to set him free. Though by the end of the video it becomes very clear that CJ has no escape in sight, and the aliens will continue to torment him for eternity, like they did to Ghost. And yeah, that was the GTA Analog Horror series.
Baby, without you, there is no Carl Johnson. Damn, man. Shit. Now where's the stupid bitch?
Shit, hold on. Who's the bitch now, eh?
Oh, baby. I'm so sorry, baby.
Well, what's that?
You so right. Please forgive me, baby. Just don't fucking shoot me, please. I don't need this shit!
All we had to do...
Oh, shit! What the fuck?
I'm not Chinese!
Grove Street mama suck my dick!
What did you say, bitch? Fuck you, Ryder!
I had no choice. Somebody save the... What the fuck you doing, CJ? CJ, relax.
Oh, motherfucker!
If you had the ability to assimilate and imitate other organisms, and another form of intelligent life discovered and started experimenting on you, what would you do? In this How to Beat video, we'll follow The Thing, see if we can make better decisions, and ultimately attempt to beat the humans in The Thing's prequel. If you think you have a better way, let me know in the comments. If you like these How to Beat videos, consider liking and subscribing. Before we start following The Thing as the devil on its shoulder, we need to clarify what The Thing is, how it functions, and what its abilities are. You know, grounded in fictional reality. Just in case you didn't realize this already, I'm not a biologist or a scientist of any kind. Even if I was, describing what the thing is nearly an impossible task because it's so alien to our world. That, and it's an entirely made-up creature for a movie. The director John Carpenter even mentions that they intentionally didn't try to explain how the thing imitates people because it would just bring up complex existential questions that would get in the way of a simple premise for a movie. So naturally, I take on the responsibility of trying to explain the unexplainable with no canonical references. Perfect. Should go swimmingly. Most people, especially the humans about to be strangled by the weaponized giblets of their former friend, think the thing is just a vile monstrosity of death flesh. With a bit of luck, wits, parkour skills, and access to an old World War II flamethrower, they can kill their thing friend and get an opportunity to put its blood under the microscope. At the microscopic level, we can discover that the thing is actually just a single-celled organism that imitates the cells of its host organism, hiding within it, replicating more and more, and ultimately taking it over completely. It may have originated from a virus, but the thing primarily operates at the cellular level, and doesn't exhibit typical viral behavior. The lack of official documentation about the thing has spurred lots of speculation as to what type of cell it is. One thing's for sure though, it's not some dumbass paramecia you studied in middle school. I don't think it's any one type of cell actually, because it has the ability to transform into any cell it wants. I guess it shares a lot of similarities with the stem cell in that regard, but there's still something more fundamental going on within the thing's cell. It's DNA. I'm going to be treading into deep biological science stuff here, so I'm really relying on none of you actually understanding what I'm saying, or realizing it's 100% bullshit. Great? Okay, let's continue. So there's something different about the thing's DNA. What does that even mean? First, a little refresher on DNA. DNA is basically a data storage medium within unicellular organisms that contains encoded instructions for life creation. This code tells cells how to survive, how to reproduce, and when and how to start specializing into specific cell types to form complex multicellular organisms with various organs,